Dude, I can't wait to get a desktop mic one of these days. Are we live? Should be. What's going on, boys? Cooking. We got Twitch. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Guess we'll find out. Mint 25 pop. G'day, mate. What's going on? That was the most Australian g'day, mate, I've had in a while. Wow. It's like I'm slowly recovering my Australian accent. It's gaming time? Yeah, dude. It is gaming time, bro. It's game o'clock. Are you gonna single me out? Well, you're the first dude in here, you know? Right? I mean, Carter's here now as well. We got Yerno. What's up? Got the most depressing ad possible for this? That's rough. I think that kind of says something, you know? I don't know what it says, but it says something. Nabe. G'day. What's going on? On the old Twitch side. Twitch v YouTube. The battle of the giants. YouTube likes to send their notifications out faster. I'm doing good, Carter. I'm doing good. We are kicking the day off. I'm like at the tail end of a cold, so I'm a little bit sick still, but other than that, pretty great. You can't really go wrong when you've got a fresh day and a fresh cup of coffee. It's like the world's your oyster, and you can do whatever the fuck you want. Pretty cool, you know? What game we making? We'll get into that in a little bit. I'll whip out the blackboard and I'll write up the plan. How's that sound? We also might be able to go exclamation point plan. I don't know if that'll work. Okay, it works on the Twitch side. YouTube, maybe. Who knows? Might take some time. Yeah, there we go. Alright, well, that works. That's the plan, boys. Did you know I'm going through with the Game Dev Melbourne apartment plan? No. Actually, I was about to do that, but it was just way too expensive. So I thought, let's just bring everyone here to Thailand instead. And then I went on a little trip over to Sweden, and I kind of did that with some lads over there. We were all staying in the one room. It was chaotic in the best way possible. Yeah, so much fun. But no, not gonna touch Melbourne because it's just too expensive, dude. It's like maybe one day, but I don't see a point when you can just live in a country like Thailand and it'd be fine, you know? Like, vibes are great here. Extremely cheap. What more could a man ask for, you know? Blackjack Balatro? Interesting. I'm sure someone's working on that right now. That probably wouldn't be a very tiny game though. But we will get out. We will get into what a tiny game is gonna be very shortly. Do I like Lisp? Hardly know it, dude. Time to crank out the old lock-in playlist. I'm gonna take it slow, but not too slow. You know what I'm saying? how's the Twitch side of things going? Are we chilling, boys? Hello? Is the stream on? Is this thing on? I think so. Alright. Also using Rust for game dev? Yeah, don't. Nah, bro, I got a friend using Rust for game dev. I'm sure it's fine. Do whatever you want to do. I remember seeing an article write-up of someone who had experience with that, so that might be a nice thing to go watch, if you want to think about it. But I have zero experience, so I actually can't even say anything. Sipping ASMR. Alright, yeah, cool, cool. No metal pipe, low falling, lo-fi beats. Okay, so, funny story here. Dude, yeah. This is where it's at. Fuck yeah. I actually had this in the lock-in playlist. But I removed it because it actually did the opposite of locking me in every time it came on. I mean, there'll just be silence for a bit, right? And then out of nowhere, you just get a fucking falling pipe at max volume. It just scared the shit out of me. So, I had to remove it from the playlist. I know. Pussy move. But hey, what can you do? I'm gonna finish sipping my coffee, and then we're gonna get stuck into the plan for the day. Do you already have a game idea, or are you gonna come up with one live? I already have the game idea. So, an interesting thing here that I like to do is that whenever I'm not feeling motivated, I just go work on like a really big MIDI project that I know that I'm not really gonna finish. Like it's just one of those like it's just one of those things where, what was I saying? I just got interrupted by a phone call. Let's back it up a little bit, all right? When I lose motivation and I'm kind of burnt out, I like to just work on what I want to work on without any care in the world of like it getting done, right? So think Arcana, you know, that's pretty much the entire thing there. You know, the multiplayer Factorio that I was doing a couple days ago. I actually had an idea for how I can merge Arcana and that into one, so I consider those both one and the same now. So yeah, I just love working on big meaty projects when I don't really have a better idea of what to do next. But then occasionally, you know, a game idea will come along that's tiny and small, and then I can actually theme in knives. Like, Don't Cold. And I basically just had another one of those game ideas. I was woken up at 2 a.m. a couple days ago. I'm like, yeah, this is it, dude. This needs to get done. And so we're gonna make the whole thing in 14 days and like actually publish it to Steam, no matter what. No marketing, no nothing, no like trying to think about best practices and stuff. It's just, I want to get this thing done, and I'm gonna do everything in my power to get that done. So coffee's almost done, so we're almost ready to get stuck into it. Christopher, what's going on, brother? "14 days is not a lot of time." That's what you think. 14 days. Man, that's a lot of hours. We did Demon Knives in a week. Think about that, you know? When you have an idea of what to do and the experience in the past of doing it and like building the skills required to do the thing, it's actually not that hard. You just type it out. Like things get hard when, at least for me, when I'm working on a game design that is fuzzy. Like I don't really know what I'm doing. And it's either like a really massive project, or I just don't have any experience with it, or I'm trying to do something new technically. That's when things take longer, right? Obviously, because like you're on the edge of your ability and you're trying to learn new stuff. So I think we can get this done in 2 weeks. Coffee's almost ready, almost consumed. Have you ever considered implementing a render as an exercise? I have no idea what that means. But no, I've not. A renderer. I don't know what you mean by renderer, because you said examples of like Bressenham, triangle filling, ambient occlusion. Like I don't. Are you talking about a 3D renderer? Basically, I will do whatever exercise is required to get the task in front of me done. And I haven't had the desire to make something in 3D yet, because game design skills, you know, they can get practiced in 2D, and it's a lot easier. Software implementation of OpenGL without OpenGL, something that outputs a still image. Oh, okay. Yeah, one of my mates, Charlie, he actually was working on that as a, it's just like a little fun project in his spare time, and he got like a lot of quads rendering on screen and running really fast. And it's kind of interesting because like maybe you could actually make a full 2D style pixel art game with just software rendering. Like that would be kind of hype. But yeah, I have no real interest in that. You know, a few years back, maybe I would try that out, but I think the further I go along, the more I just don't give a fuck about tech things that aren't simply making a game. So like, I'll do whatever I need to make things. Do you reckon multiplayer? No, fuck no. All right, let's dive into the plans, boys. So let me crank out the blackboard. What do we got? Leonardo. And let's get started. Let me also get my little sound marker thing. One sec. One sec, boys. Why do I have Funky Town stuck in my head? Somebody please tell me why. All right. Okay, are we cooking? I think we are. Alright, cool. Those of you curious of what I was just doing, by the way, I have this weird Java program thing that I found on the internet somewhere that lets me hit a hotkey and play a sound, and it gets routed through voice meter through this input cable. You can see the wave, the fucking audio stuff. What is this thing called? Audio bar thing? I don't even know, dude. But you can see the audio coming through on there. It's just playing a bonk sound effect, but you guys can't hear it. And that way, when I drag my, well, the recording that I'm doing right now also has like fucking 5 audio track layers to isolate different parts. So like my mic is on one, the bonk is on one, you know, the desktop sound is on another. So basically when I go to edit, I can look at the waveform to see where this bonk is. So I use this as a marker of moments to make me editing stream highlights way easier. Pretty cool. Okay, where were we? We ready to get cooking for the day? Meter? What are your meter? Yeah, that's a good way of putting things. I don't know, dude. Okay. I gotta be one sec. My dad called. I gotta call him back. BLB. Alright, what up? My dad was calling me for tech support. You guys know how that is. The classic. Family member calls because I am a human Google. And they need tech support. Shout out. Yup. Alright, let's get cranking. As I've said for the 14th time. Go time, baby. Alright, what are we doing, boys? Well. The plan. I kind of want to get out my drawing tablet so I can make this more neat, but I also just can't be fucked. So we're gonna keep cranking. It's really quite simple. Hey, there's a little platform called Steam. How the fuck do you draw the Steam logo? Something like that, eh? And we are going to put tiny game out there in 14 days. Full release, hitting the publish button and everything. It's gonna happen. So we need a plan for making that plan happen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So what do we do? Well, now, I say 14 days, but it's really something more like 7 days of like, we need to have the game basically shippable by then. So we can playtest and, you know, iterate a little bit more. So, by that, I mean we really need to have a prototype done, ideally in 3. Alright. So, let's break down what that looks like and what a tiny game actually is. Okay. So, how I came up with this game idea is I went to a little website called SteamDB, go to the Find Games, check the indie box, and whatever kind of genre, like survival. This is actually what I did, bit for bit. And I think I just basically went line by line through here whilst having a text document open and just listing out ideas, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, Terraria. Could we make like a simple version of Terraria maybe? Who knows? You know, you just keep going down one by one. Satisfactory. Ooh, 3D Factorio. Maybe we could make like Minecraft, but Factorio. Because Satisfactory doesn't have grids. You could make like a Minecraft Factorio. That would be pretty cool. Factorio. And maybe you can make a Factorio. Know what I'm saying? So I actually documented this entire workflow. If you go to rainy.gg/list, game idea generation. This is exactly what I did. You could you could see the fucking steps right here. And this was the list that I came up with. And in here, there might be the game. Yes. The screenshot of a screenshot that was originally a screenshot. So, I found this game called Gardener. I didn't actually find it in the search. I came across Stacklands, which is a great game. And I looked at the Steam store.
Stack.
I'm like, oh, okay, Sock Pop. These guys are pretty good at making small games. Okay. So then we go into the lists and just see what games are in here. Like, there's so many good, really tiny games in here. and gardener. Look at that. So this is what a tiny game looks like, okay? And I think coming up with like a fucking list of a bunch of tiny games is like the absolute #1 best thing you can do in terms of like finding games to reference and then getting ideas for those kind of style of game. I don't know if I'm making sense here, but this is my process for thinking about this. So you'll notice 6.25k, $6,000 in sales from this game, right? That's an estimate. By the way, Steam, what is that? Steam Rev Calculator extension. I don't know which one it is. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. So it'll just give you an estimated revenue down the bottom of all the Steam pages, which is very helpful. So shooting for a game that just sells $1,000 worth of copies, that is the goal here, alright? We're not trying to sell 1 million. We're not trying to make something big. We're not trying to make a hit. Just trying to get a game out there that sells for like $2, $2 or $3, and then, you know, does like around a K in sales, 10K tops, right? That is the goal here. That's the vision. So next step, how do we bring that vision into reality? Well, when I was watching this trailer, I was like, oh, this is a pretty cool idea. It's like a plant tower defense. You just grow shit. Interesting. Art style is really nice and simple, so it would be dead easy to prototype out. But I'm thinking what we do. You guys with me so far? Net revenue after Steam tax? I would imagine no. Oh, estimated net. Oh, so yeah, that is after Steam tax then. Yeah. If it said gross, then that wouldn't be. But yeah, estimated net. Cool. Yeah, that would be taking Steam into account then. It wouldn't be taking tax into account though, because, you know, obviously everyone's got different countries and shit, I would imagine. So realistic goals, big W? Indeed. Indeed. Okay, so it's definitely worth buying this game and just playing it to see what it's like, but, you know, I can also just kind of take the screenshots, and that's kind of a good enough reference for me, because I'm not going to be making the design one for one, right? I've got a different idea for the game design that I think will be equally as tiny. You know, this app is kind of trash as a whiteboard. Miro is kind of just better. Like, this has a way better writing experience, but like in terms of like taking references in and stuff, I guess you can do that. Yeah, that works. Not as good as Mirror, but it does the trick. What is happening? What? Escape. Okay, cool. Fucking boomer. Alright. I love this. I love this color palette and just world theme. Really beautiful. So I'm thinking we do... Or what? I don't... What is happening? How do I not be diagonal? That's kind of cool though. Draw like a square. I don't know. How do I get out of this fucking isometric mode, dude? Come on. Alright. Normal. Why are you... Come on, dude. Don't... Just... I'll pull that mirror. Don't make me fucking do it. Why? I don't care. Give me the straight line. I can't remember how to get back to the straight line. What did I press? Bro. Perspective? That's even worse. It's just this perspective view now. What the fuck? So usually when I hold down shift, it doesn't go into isometric or whatever. It goes into the line. Oh, it'll probably... There we go. It'll remember the last one it was in. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Okay. We're chilling. Alright. Where was I? So... This is the play space. This is the play screen. Okay? I'm thinking, you know, we do a similar thing. This is the play space. Out here is just, you know, blank stuff, right? Blah, 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 blah. Literally just like this. And within here, it is tile based. So the player can move around freely. But we just have grids across the entire thing. Okay? Tile by tile. You know? And... The player has a toolbar, some kind of hotbar, where, you know, I guess we can kind of just say that this is the inventory and we just make it as big as possible. We can do an outpath style hotbar. And I'll explain what that is later on. But for now, you know, we'll cut corners to make this easy. So the player selects whatever item they want, right? Let's say this is a hoe, and then they can use that hoe to till the ground and turn the normal grass tile into plantable soil. Then maybe they got some seeds over here, so they use those seeds to plant in there. And maybe there's a watering can, so they can use that to water and grow the thing, to make it speed up and go faster. So it's literally just going to be a game about planting stuff and growing it, and then we'll have something, you know, up here that you click on, which just opens up a shop menu. Shop. And you can buy and sell. So there'll be, you know, a bunch of things in here, you know, new seeds that you can buy. New exotic seeds, like, wow, I want to, like, save up for this guy. And so that means we'll have a gold counter up in the top left or something. And, yeah, that'll be how we progress. And that's literally the entire game. So, sell stuff you grow to get cash. Okay? Spend that cash on new stuff in the shop. Rinse and repeat. That's it. Very tiny. There's nothing else to explain, really, when it comes to the game design. In terms of theming, cozy. Okay. Cozy. I'm talking lo-fi beats, alright, in the game. Epic, cozy pixel art. Chill vibes. We could make it kinda idle, so... I think the plan is, like, a crop or something will take, like, 3 hours to grow, just left alone by itself. So, you know, you could close down the game and come back in a few hours or whatnot, or just have it tabbed out. Maybe, you know, some kind of decent amount of time. but you can actively play the game by using the tools in your inventory, like a watering can, to just actually speed this up. So then it'll only take like a minute or something if you're actively watering it. And it'll just go through different growth stages. The idea kind of being, if you close down the game for a day and you boot it up open the next morning, you know, everything should kind of be grown. So then you just go, boop, 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 boop. You know, sell everything, plant what you want to plant, and then dip again. That's what I'm thinking in terms of gameplay. So, cozy vibes. Yeah, that's it's really just this. This was the inception of the idea. And it came from that exercise that I was talking about in this article. I actually sent this out as a newsletter, so if you want to get similar stuff like this, you can head to randy.gg/list, chuck your email in, and you'll be on the list. So, pretty cool stuff. Bro, look how many fucking tiny games there are here. This is like tiny game heaven. It's insane. Really cool. I wonder if you can sort by like top sellers. Yeah. Stacklands #1. I actually bought that to play it and try it out. It's really good. Like, it's like, I wouldn't consider Stacklands a tiny game. It would be like a 1 or 2 monther. So it would be like the level up. I would call it a small game, not a tiny game. But yeah, I definitely want to go through this and spark game ideas, because I really think that this is the like step 1 of getting started with actual game development. Because my goal right now is to like figure out like what is step 1 for making money from game dev. And this is my hypothesis, that this is it. And we are going to try that out. We're going to test it over the next 2 weeks and see what happens. So, let's get started. I'm thinking $3. That's probably the price tag. You'd probably get away with that. I think $2 versus $3. Maybe 2, maybe 3. I don't know. 3 sounds good. 4 is a bit much. 5 brings it into a kind of different category, I think. $3 feels like a nice spot for me. So yeah, I guess without further ado, let's get cranking on actually making this. So the next thing that I want to talk about is over these 14 days, I'm going to be live streaming the entire process. So you can literally, you know, like you guys are doing right now, watch me make the entire thing end to end, and I'm not going to skip over a single detail. Yeah. So, the starting line is right here. Let's do it. Step 1. Make a new folder in the dev dump called Game 9. And I'm going to clone project. Open directory with projects. Okay. So I'm going to clone the game 8. Call that game 9. And now I'm going to switch over to game 9. Cool. Excuse me, I will be sniffling a lot because I'm kind of sick. Time for game 9, baby, yep. And then we'll circle back around to game 8, which is actually game 1 because I merged in with Arcano, and we're going to work on that again at some point in the future when I feel like I'm kind of burnt out from making small stuff. Tuin, it's basically your idea, also by Sockpop. Ooh, nice. I'm going to check that out. 2 in Steam. Oh, I think I've seen it before. Oh yeah, yeah. Nice. Yeah, dude, this is pretty much it. Hell yeah. It's good practice, man. Maybe you'll learn a ton of game design along the way. I don't think there's any maybe about it. I think I will 100% learn a ton of game design along the way. Like, this is it, you know, for practicing that that game design muscle. All right. Den Matrix farming game? Yeah. I'm thinking that as well. Alright, BRB boys. Alright. You have not made 9 games. Yeah. I've not. Depends what you mean by made. I have these as like, this is a project, this is a new project, this is a new project. And obviously, you know, 99% of them are just unfinished. And I've never seen the light of day. So, yeah. That's the naming convention I use. I just increment for each project. So it's nice and easy and I don't have to think about it. Alright, well, let's get to it. So, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to go into Randy's Epic Discord and find the Randy's Hot Sauce.zip, which has the 2D renderer. And I'm just going to copy paste that into game 9 as a template. I guess we'll just call it source. Well, actually, no, we can just do that. We, of course, have to change the source to be SAUCE, the correct spelling of source. And we're gonna get cooking with this. So, yeah, I guess we'll do a build.bat. may as well. So we'll just have that as the build command. Just gotta update all the paths. Okay. And we should be good. Game 9. Okay. Yeah, I think that's really off to right now. So let's try and get this building. It should be building right now. Fail to open input, file, source, shader. Okay, yeah. So I changed the name. Being the build up bat, I think the path. Yep. So we changed this to be source. Yeah. Alright. We are building. Now we're just gonna make sure that we are running. We got the source.exe. Nice. Epic hot sauce. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that and we're gonna get started. So let me go to the config and we'll change this to be source so we can build and run just like that. Sweet. Build taking, you know, 500 milliseconds. Sexy. We're ready to cook. Alright. So, we're going to be working in main.odin, I guess. I'm just going to call this game9.odin so it's easier. And we're going to get cranking. Okay, so this is the exact template that you guys have. So if you would like to follow along and, you know, see how I would go about turning this into a game, then, you know, sit tight because that's exactly what I'm about to do. So really this is just a renderer, right? There's nothing else in here. It's very simple. So step one really is entities, I would say. So I like personally putting everything in one big file, and the reason that I like that is because switching to another file in order to find something is harder than just being in the one file and doing a Control F and just instantly doing that, right? It's like one less step, it's one less thing to think about, like, oh, where did I put this, what file did I put it in, stuff like that. And I essentially make a file structure within the single file just by doing headers like this and this as a jump point. So, things are still organized, it's just they're organized in the single file, if that makes sense. So this can get up to like 20,000 lines of code, and you can still kind of like jump around and see what's up. I find it really easy to use. So, you know, if you're curious why I keep writing it in one file, then that is it. So, entity structure. Well, my friends, I am in the middle of writing up my second kind of, I guess, tutorial thing, if you could call it that, of entity structure. So I've got some pseudocode here. I'll be sending this out to the list very shortly. I just got to write up the email for it, and you guys will have this file. But the general gist here is, you know, megastruct. We just have a single entity that has a kind and flags. And then a bunch of data in here that we just type out over and over and over again, even though Not all entities are going to use the same data. Some, you know, are going to be way more... Some are going to have way more state than the others, but like everything's still going to have this max size. Yes, it's inefficient. Yes, it's sloppy. But what it does do is it makes gameplay programming really, really easy and fun and direct. So there's less thinking about, you know, where should I put this state? Stuff like that. You just type it out and it's really fast. So that's why I love this. You know, fun stuff. I'm also going to do an entity flags enum. So I'll just, for now, since I have no idea what entities I'm going to need, you know, I'm just getting the structure set up. Really, we're just focusing on the player right now. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually... I don't think I've done the create in here yet. No. So I'm going to go look into game... a different project. The previous one, game 8, because that's kind of got a already set up entity structure. So I'm just going to copy this. Yeah, I'm literally just gonna copy this. Actually, that's gonna be an easy way of getting started. Bonk. So, in here I actually use a bit set for the flags because you know Odin has that kind of built in, so it makes the syntax a little bit easier. Now, I don't think we're going to need physics. No, we are going to need physics for item pickup, so I'll keep that in. We're not going to need user ID. But, yep, that is pretty much going to be good to go. Cool stuff. Next thing I want to do is have the game state. So up the top here, there's the app state. So this is just kind of like really just globals for doing all this shit. So I think what we're gonna do is have game state inside here. And I'm going to type that out. Now, the reason I put this into game state is because, you know, it's like the state of a world, and you kind of want like a main menu, right? So being able to easily just kind of zero that out and leave the game and load up a new save. This is the thing that is getting serialized to disk. This is the save. The state of the game. So, inside here, all I'm really going to do is have a entities array, which will be, you know, just call it 128 for now. Fixed array, so that it's nice and easy. And we're going to fix all of the compile errors. So, GS, no field, latest entity handle. Okay, we're going to copy that over. Probably a good idea to just look at the reference of the game state. Right here. Yeah, we really only just need this, I think. And now we're compiling. Cool. So we run this. All good. Alright, time to speedrun the shit out of making this game. So, what is next steps? Well, I think now I'm going to flesh out the update loop. Now, the good thing about this is it's a tiny game. It's going to be single player. And because of that, I don't have to do like a fixed time step or anything. I can get away with doing things way more scuffed. So honestly, what it has right now, we have this frame that's being called back from circle every single frame. It's the frame callback, right? By default, I'm pretty sure everything just runs at the refresh rate because it's hitting the present and VSync is kind of blocking it. So this will run at like, right now my monitor refresh, which is like 180 Hertz. And so I guess we can confirm that by saying logi. I think there's a sapp something. sapp.frame duration. Yep, so we can see that that is that, which if we look at the calculator, 1 over 180, that is the magic number. So yeah. Honestly, we can get away with just dt. This is what delta time is. And that's what we use for everything. And it'll change for different users at different refresh rates, right? And that's 100% fine. Because it's not really like an action game. We don't need to have things feeling really consistent. We can kind of just skip over all the complexity of trying to do a fix update and just caveman the shit out of it like this. That's what I did for Arcana, and it worked fine. Did a lot of playtests, and I didn't really notice anything. So, this is what I'm thinking. So yeah, that's the update we've done. It's already baked in. So, I went down a different route, obviously, for game 8. Because, you know, we're doing a fixed time step on the old frame. With an accumulator, you know, we're stepping the game state at 30 frames per second. This is called sims per second. It should actually be seconds per sim, I think. Yeah, this is seconds, but I named it wrong. So yeah, that'll step the game state at 30 Hertz and then render it whatever the refresh rate is. But we don't care about that. We just want to get shit done. So, what is on the to-do list next? Input, I would say. Input indeed. So, in Game 8, I also have an example of input. So, I'm just going to copy all of this because it's basically just a little wrapper over circle for some useful input things. So I'm going to paste that in here. And in terms of state, all we really need to do is in the app state, we just throw in this input state struct, which I made, and call it a day. And that should be input done. I'll probably have a... probably make a little post on this as well, going over this source and like how to use it, because that's kind of helpful as well. We'll put that on the to-do list. But anyway, now that we got that, I can basically inside inside the frame. I'm gonna say that we are going to sim game state here. Because that seems chill. Probably want to put this right underneath the game here, so it's nice and easy. And that'll be how we do our thing. So, we could just get away with doing the update and the rendering like inline side by side. But I think it's good to get in the habit of separating those two. Just because, you know, the structure later on when you do want to move to fixed is kind of like, this is what you have to do. So it makes sense to kind of adopt that practice straight away. Because it's not too difficult to do anyway, I think. Alright, that's building. So, inside here, now what we can do is basically just test out the input, I guess, for now. So we got a key just pressed. Can I convert W to key code? Maybe if I do this and then rune. I don't know how to cast this properly. I think autocast works. Yeah. How would I get this compiling without autocast? Any Odin chats? Odin enjoys in the chat. Capital R? I don't know. I think we can just do that. Who cares? Alright. So, let's see if that works. We hit W. Nothing is happening. Excellent. Because you actually have to hook up the... what is it? Event callback with this guy. So we got the state. There we go. Epic. Now the other thing to do here is we gotta make sure that each frame, the start of or the end of the frame. I'm thinking the end of the frame. We gotta do a cheeky little input reset. I don't know if I have a function in here that does that. Yeah, reset input state for next frame. There we go. So we're gonna pass that bad boy in. Bonk. And that'll make sure that we actually have a single press. So that's working great. Alright, we got input. So, the next thing that I want to do is some rendering. Now, I think what I'm going to do to make life even easier, because using the context in Odin and adding stuff to it is kind of a pain in the ass. I think I'm just going to make game state a global. Maybe. Because if we're not doing the fix update, it doesn't really matter. I mean, there's no real cost to not having it a global, so I guess we can just scuff, you know, do this, and it should be fine. Yeah, doesn't really matter. Anyway, what next? So I want to do movement. That's what I want to do. I would also like to add the player in, make the entity. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have a ticks in here, even though it's going to be completely user specific. There's no real measurement of ticks. I think I'm going to throw it in here anyway, just so that you can basically say if ticks equals 0, we're going to set up the player. I'm also going to store the player handle in here. What do we got? Entity to handle. Huh? I get a passing game state as well. Yeah, so maybe we can make game state a global and get rid of this parameter. You could also actually put it in the user data of the context, but yeah, still kind of a pain in the ass. Thinking. Yeah, I think to make life easier, we're gonna get rid of. We're gonna assume, you know, we only have one game state, and it's gonna be fine. And worst case scenario, if we need to go back on this, we can use the context to make it still compile, and it'll be fine. So I'm going to delete all of the game state specific stuff that we need to pass in, even in the update. Bye bye. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have basically as soon as we init, for now, I'm going to call this init so I can jump to it in the future. For now, I'm just going to like gs equal app state dot game. right? And then GS pointer to game state. So we don't need to do this anymore. Nor this. And the entity2 handle. Can I assign entity pointer to entity? So we've got to dereference this. I think. Yep. Alright, we're compiling now. So, things are good. Everything's great. What are we doing next? Epic time. Alrighty. We got some hot debate going on in the Twitch chat. Oh yeah. The classic. Game engine versus no game engine. Who will win? Yeah, I mean, game dev's hard, dude. Game dev's fucking hard. It's a lot easier if you use a game engine, and you can ship way faster. That's my take on it. And most people should be using game engines, especially if you're starting out. If that is something you want to do. If the goal is to just make games, yeah, crank, dude. The reason I like doing it all from scratch is just because I am not a pussy. Because I just like things being fast, and I like knowing everything. That's really it. I just enjoy it more, I think. Like because I've made games in Unity and Unreal. I just haven't shared them on the channel or anything. Like I've done game jams in them. You know, some were unfinished, some actually got finished. Like I did The Climb in Unreal for A Let 'Em Dare like years ago. It was just about a dude pushing a boulder uphill. Pretty fun. Then I did a game jam with Baji in Unity, and he basically carried me through the whole thing because it was my first time trying Unity. And I did very little. I probably did like 10-20% of the game. He did the rest. I also did another game jam in Unity with a friend, and we got it like 95% complete. We just didn't do the last 5%, which was kind of sad because it was a really fun game. It was like a platformer. What else? I tried doing a prototype in Unity that failed. Yeah, that's about it. I fucked around with Godot a little bit. Unreal game with Crimmy that we failed to finish. That was like an arena thing. That didn't go too far. Yeah, I would say we probably got like, I don't know, 20% through. It wasn't a game, but we got some mechanics in. So yeah, making games and game engines is pretty cool, and sometimes it's what you need. Like, especially if you're doing like 3D stuff, for sure. I just really like programming from scratch, and like that's kind of my only answer for why I do it this way, I guess. Like in the past me would have said, like, would have been on some kind of high horse and like, yeah, I'm doing it because it's the correct way of doing things, and everyone should be doing it. And like, it's actually faster, dude, if you program a game from scratch, you know? It's actually quicker, bro. That's just fucking bullshit. It's like, no. It's harder. It's really hard. Finishing games is really hard. Even if you're using an engine. Like, the skill of coming up with a small scope game and releasing it, completely agnostic to whatever you're using. It's just from scratch makes things a million times more difficult, especially for, I think, especially because, you know, at least for me, when I was doing stuff from scratch, I just wanted to keep learning things, and I would just work on all these pieces of tech without really having a clear goal of finishing a game. Because it's kind of just fun to, you know, go work on a physics system and then go work on an ECS and, you know, go work on 3D and get some 3D models in and, you know, do some inverse kinematics through a 3D model on screen, you know, trying to render that down into pixel art, or make a shader that procedurally generates the ground. Like I've done all of these things. And it's kind of just been for the joy of doing it, like just for the sake of doing it, you know, shits and gigs. And if the goal is to learn and kind of just have fun, then like that's the way of doing things, bro. Like, do whatever you want. Follow your nose, follow the passion. But I think for me, more recently, my goal has shifted from that to learning how to actually finish things and make a Steam game. And so with that frame of mind, like, how do I actually earn money from game development and release something? That changes a lot of things. Because now it's like all of these things, like, you know, making a fucking generic physics engine and ECS and 3D rendering and like all that kind of stuff just goes out the window because it doesn't move me closer to that goal quickly. In fact, it just stops me from reaching that goal, right? Because you're just working on shit that doesn't actually matter. So yeah, I think that's all I really have to say on that. Any questions? Or can we get back to programming? Got a video pause. Continue watching. Fuck you. Program using a drawer. That was Leonardo. Alrighty. Yeah. Let's get back to figuring out how to ship a game and charge money for it. Okay. Gotta insert myself back into the context of whatever the fuck I was doing. Bear with me, boys. I think what I want to do next is we got the player set up, so now I just want to make everything go through the player. So we've got the update area. I guess I want to do a render section. I'm just gonna call this render because it's easy to remember, I think. So yeah, this is gonna be the render segment. Draw game. I'm gonna call it draw game. Why not? You know, now since this is a single play game and we're using a single game state and I'm not doing anything fancy, like everything's kind of intertwined, we don't even need to have these functions. It could just be in one big thing. In fact, you know, maybe we do that because it makes programming a bit easier, I think. Especially with a really constrained game like this. Like, it's kind of like... Yeah. Let's do it. Update and render. Fuck it, we ball. We ball, dude. Update and render. This will help us not think as much. And just get the thing working. Because, you know, trying to skip to the quote-unquote, like, better way, the V2, the 201 version of this, without first just, you know, doing it this way, it's kind of silly. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all we really need. Cool. So I'm gonna say that I'm gonna go down the bottom here. Maybe. This will be the rendering segment. Render. Nice. So we can just do whatever we want in here. You know, first we update the game, then we render it. Simple. Okay. Alright, so what I want to do is get the player moving around. So we're going to take the input. At this point we can just say like a get player thing will do the trick. Because we're going to assume that there is only one player, of course. And things will be nice and easy. Return gs.playerHandle handle to entity. Yep. Cool. We are returning a pointer to an entity. Epic. So we got the player now. If key down, I'm also, instead of needing to put input state in here, I'm going to assume that we are all good on that front as well. App state dot input state. Cool. So really what I'm doing here is player dot frame dot input axis dot y plus equal 1. Okay, and then we're going to do that for the rest of the WASD. W-A-S-D X -1 S Y -1 D X +1. So now we've got the old input axis that we can use to player.pos plus equal. Actually, you know what? We of course want to normalize the input axis. Normalize. So we have a unit vector. So then we take that input axis and the pos plus equal, that times whatever the movement speed is, will make it 100 times whatever the DT is. And I will throw the DT right up here. sapp.frame. What was it? DT. Frame duration. We could also just do get DT. Get delta time. Let's make life a bit easier. What is this? It's a F64. Now the reason I'm wrapping this in a function instead of just calling the function is because, you know, maybe we want to do some scuffed slow-mo. And we can just times this by some kind of modifier to make that happen, I think. And it should be fine. By the way, this is basically the exact code I wrote for Arcana. This is the structure, how I did things. In terms of, like, you know, we have a single update and render, we don't care about really splitting them up. And we're just kind of cavemanning it. Great way of just getting started without worrying about problems or constraints that actually don't matter to the game that you're making, I find. It's the reason why I love low-level programming so much, because you can, like, seek out constraints, and it just simplifies programming so much. Because, like, you're not trying to make this thing that'll work at, like, the most complex generic level. You're just trying to make whatever you want to make work. And so you can take as many shortcuts to get there as you damn well please. So the next thing I'm going to do is loop over the entities to render them. If .valid is in the entity flags, sorry, allocated. Allocated. Okay. And now what I'm going to do is switch on the type. The kind. Case. What do we got? Dot player. Draw player. Should do the trick. Draw player. And you know, I'm gonna pass the pointer because, you know, fuck it. We could technically just modify the entity state in here if we wanted, because we're cavemaning it. So why is that? Unhandled switch case. I want to do partial. Okay, cannot assign because we need to make this, and this. So, you know, maybe we don't make it a pointer until we actually need to. May as well. Okay. I don't know why that's not getting colored. Probably some kind of funky thing. Funky town. Doot doot doot. I want to take you to funky town to render the player. In the name of Shrek. So we are going to Yonky Splonky, the player, and render at the pos. And what that'll do is give us a player to run around with, but only after we actually make this work. So what's up with that? Is this hitting? Yes, it is a nan, which is interesting. What if you normalize a 0? I wonder. Is that why it's nan? Yeah. Maybe. Holy shit, we are zooming. Homie's got the zoomies. Right, we also gotta reset this every frame. So because what I do is in the entity, I have this guy, frame. I use that as things that I reset every frame. So if we go down to, I would say probably the top actually. To reset. en.frame equal empty struct, and that'll do the reset. There we go. So that'll give us a bit of movement. We've got to normalize this still though, so something is fucky wucky. Length would divide. I don't know. Like I would think, well, I guess if the length is 0, you're doing a divide by 0, so that makes sense. That makes sense to me. What library are you using? Sokol. S-O-K-O-L. Oh yeah. Talking about web dev being shit. Nice. I'm actually starting to come around to web dev. I like it. I think web dev's like a great example of people actually just trying to make valuable products. And you know, there's a reason that web devs can get paid like 200, 300k a year, and game devs are like scraping by on like 50, even if you're working at AAA, right? It's like there's actual value in the web and products, whereas games are just kind of entertainment. Like there's no real value in it, like actual value. So that kind of makes sense to me. Mo says he uses the web every day. Yeah. Crazy. Right. Well, back to it, boys. Back to it. Right, so normalize is doing a divide by 0, I think, because this is that. So I think we just go if length of this not equals 0, then maybe we do this. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we're normalized now. That is player movement. Done and dusted. So I'm going to get rid of the existing player and the crawler. I will keep Sugan on the screen for legacy purposes. That'll stay there all the way up until ship. You know, we might even keep it in during ship, because you know that's just how important it is. So what is next steps? I think getting the environment for being able to create new assets is up next. So pixel art makes life easier. So I'm going to open up Sprite, and I'm going to create a quick little workflow for coming up with new assets and exporting them, and life being good. Because then, you know, we can just iterate on content and assets in the game and just fucking throw shit in and start making it. So, Sprite. Lovely little app. What I like to do is just make something like this. So we got a nice, nice little canvas to draw on. So, game's probably going to look a little something like this. So we got the play space here, and this is not the play space. So, I'm going to save this in here. We got the res underscore workbench. And I'm going to call this just scratch or something. So I think the first thing I want to do is kind of like figure out what the dimensions and stuff, like what the resolution of the pixel art is going to be, what the player is going to look like and stuff. So let's do that. Probably be a good idea to pull in some references like Stardew Valley. That's probably the exact kind of resolution I'm after here. How I like to find resolution is I'll take a screenshot and then I will zoom into the pixels, and then we see, alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we go sprite size divided by 4, then look at that. It still looks the same, but now we're actually at the pixel res. How epic is that? So this is 480 by 270, classic. I'm gonna save this as ref. Whoop. Okay. Epic. So, what did I say? 480 by 270. 480, 270. Bonk. Damn, that's chunky. Alright. Cook time. let's do it. Now, I think the lower res you can go, you could probably halve this resolution, and I think that would be something more like this. Oh, actually, no, this is, this isn't even really pixel art. It almost doesn't look like pixel art. It's pretty high res. It is pixel art still. Interesting. That's like pretty high res, but like extremely flat, so it looks pretty cool. I wonder what they did for what's the stack lens? Oh, and I could boot up the game to find out. But yeah, it looks even more high res. Looks very sketched. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this, and maintain the very simple flat shading, because I think when doing pixel art, the mistake I've done a lot in the past is trying to go like too high detail, when in reality you can kind of just get away with very simple shapes. So, you know, we got the player there. I guess we'll do a little bit of tile stuff. I guess it'd be a good idea to figure out the color of the ground. If we just yoink the colors from Stardew, that'll be fine. She'll be right, mate. Because, you know, this is very high fidelity, like very high detail. But what I want to go with is just very simple, like single color, but then use a maximum of 2 different shades. So like, well, three shades in total. So we got the highlight, the middle, and then, you know, the dark or whatever. So that's all we really need. Alright, of course, forgot to put that on a new layer. The classic move. The classic blunder. Okay. By the way, one of the best pro tips that I got from watching one of Adam C. Eunice's videos is if you tick the auto select and you got the movement thing, it's like way easier to find layers and like select them. It's pretty cool stuff. So I want to try and make a little tile real quick. What are the tiles Stardew like? Guessing like 16 by 16. Yeah, that looks like about 16 by 16. Cool. Okay, tile time. How am I gonna do this? You know, I think we could get away with just like a very, I just want to make it first. Make it kind of scuffed. and then we'll figure it out later on. Just so we can get it in the game and then start prototyping around with it and like feeling things out. Instead of, you know, me sitting here trying to come up with the perfect title right now. Like, it's kind of stupid, so. We gotta get the entire shape of the game in, prototype it, see what we need to do, and then, you know, we can polish up the art later on. So yeah, let's get it. So I'm gonna name this player. I'm gonna name this dirt tile, and that is all we really need for the time being. So what I'd like to do here is write a little Lua script which we can copy from an existing project, because this ain't my first rodeo. Probably look at game 1. This was the C project. That should have been called something like game 6. I don't know why I called it game 1. This game was actually pretty cool. I basically, that's probably very loud. I apologize. Is that blasting your ears right now, boys? I just can't really figure out what to do next with this game. I feel like it's lagging like shit as well. RIP. Alt F4 is not even working. Can't believe you made Stardew Valley nice stuff. Yeah. I know, that was me. Yeah, the game's only got like 10-20 minutes of playtime. That one that I was just in. Yeah, I just didn't really know how to take it further, so it kind of fell off. Anyway, let's copy the Lua script. In fact, I might already have it if we look in the scripts. Yeah. G7 export. I think this should just work. We might be able to reuse it. So it'll export to the local path /assets oops, this res images. Okay. So now, what this script basically does, yeah, I guess it's gone now, but when I'm clicking on something, I can run the script, and it'll take the selected layer and just export it. You can see that, it just replaced the player. Cool stuff. So, boom, export that, and it'll just dump them out into these files. So it's a really quick workflow. for just, you know, iterating on assets. If anyone wants the script, yeah, just hop on my Discord and remind me to send it over later on. So that what are we doing now? Now I think we're gonna crash because assets are changed. So 406 assert suck. Nice. I'm gonna say path not found. I think I gotta wrap this in a T-print. Yeah. Yep, so path not T-print F, I think, for format. I don't know. I don't know how it works with this, but we could also just do this. Path not found. Okay, yeah, crawl not found. Okay, so what this enum does is it basically looks over everything. And tries to match it with the name. So if we change this to whatever it is, dirt tile, we do something cool there. Now in Jai, what I would do here is I would actually make a build script which would auto-generate this enum based on all the images in here, just so we don't actually have to manually match it. But since we're in Odin and I don't really want to figure that out, like you'd have to make a separate program and run that in the build.bat. Be kind of a pain in the ass. So I'm not gonna touch that. You know, it's really not that much work to just manually type this out. Not that hard. So let's keep cranking. So we got the player now. Very cool. And I think the next thing I want to do is just get some world rendering happening. So I'd like to make the tiles. It's going to be fixed. I think we're going to have a completely fixed camera to keep it simple. Yeah. I think we'll do a completely fixed camera, completely fixed resolution. Just to simplify the living shit out of the game. So this is literally going to be the entire game here. We can draw it out. So I guess I'll merge this in with the background. And I think what I want to do now is just get this background rendering. So I'm going to call this background 1. You know, to make more content, you know, we could change the backgrounds a little bit. Maybe do some kind of like theme thing. Might be a good idea. But for now, you know, this is just going to be background 1. So I'll export that. And we'll say background 1. So I'm just going to draw this on the screen at all times. How do I want to do this? Not entirely sure. But I think we could even just draw it in the world. So I'm just going to draw sprite. Or really draw rect. Draw rect X form. Or actually just draw rect AABB. World. We'll say game res W. What do we got here? 480 by 270. Game res height 270. So this will just be AABB. So we got the min and the max. I think it's in a vector 4. So the min will be game res W times negative 0.5. I think. So X, Y. And then same for the height. Well, sorry, for the max. Game res W times 0.5. Game res height times 0.5. And then the image ID equal dot background 0. Undeclared name background 0. Background 1. Probably want to change that to 0 then. Cool. Alright, it takes 2 vectors, of course. Okay, fine. Fine, I won't put it into a V4. Okay. Epic. Failed to pack all the Rex, ran out of space. Nice. Okay. So, if we go into rect pack, STBRP somewhere. Yeah, this guy. I'm just gonna call this pack. I'm gonna boof this up to 8192. I'm not sure about these nodes here. I think from the docs I was recommended to make this the width. Right, that took a hell of a long time to open. So maybe it's got something to do with that. Not sure. Not sure. Could change this to 1024. That's a lot quicker. And it'll still have size. Can't really be fucked profiling that. Like, that'll do the trick. In fact, we can go smaller. Go 512, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Plenty of space. Problem for future Randy. Okay. So we got the player drawing here. I'll probably do some more complicated rendering with that later on, but that's alright. Next up, what are we doing? Oh, okay, so we gotta make this be above, up here. Otherwise, That'll be in front of the player. I'm just gonna chuck this up the top here. Alright. Getting there. Bit by bit. So... this probably defaults to bottom right, so if we make it center center, center center. Come on, give me a pivot. Center center. Why isn't that inferring it? Or pivot isn't it? Okay. Pause. Oh, it's pause and size. Alright, that's kind of silly. That's a little bit silly. Maybe I should make a different override. Yeah. Could also just do this, so it should be fine. There we go. Alright, we're cooking. Bit by bit. So now we've just got to figure out what the camera needs to do to zoom in that far. So we can have a perfect kind of scene. Right now we're just scaling by 2. I would imagine if we scale by 4 that'll be perfect. Nope. So we've got to figure out the math on this. So it'll basically be window... Do we want to do the height or the width? Probably height, right? Yeah. Window height, which will be, what, 720 or some shit. Right now. Divided by the game res height. Maybe. Not entirely sure. Let's see. What is the window height right now? I'm guessing 720 by 270. Gives us a 2.6 zoom. 270 by that. Maybe my math is a little funky. Or maybe it's the scaling. You know, like the high DPI scaling stuff. I don't know. Maybe my math is funky. I don't know. I don't know, dude. There was a command for my editor, but I think I got rid of it. That is the link. Yeah. I'm gonna make a command for that real quick. Thank you, Creamy. Editor. There we go. Why Odin over Jai? Because it's public and everyone else can use it. Also, the community seems less elitist. No, it does not. I think it's equal. Same amount of elitism as Jai. I think any handmade community you go into is going to be elitist. We're better, so of course we're elitist. Yeah, of course, dude. It's just how it is, you know? Some people are just better. It is what it is. What am I thinking about right now? Well, let's break it down. So this is the default zoom, okay? And it looks like, how are we gonna get to where we want to go? Like, what the fuck is this number, dude? How do I get that? No clue. Let's do a bit of login. Window height. What is that? 720, right? And then game res height 270. Yeah, I mean that's what I was doing earlier. Oh no, that is the number. I just divided it wrong, maybe. What was that? Window height divided by game res height. What was I doing? Window height divided by game res height. That should be it. What? Oh. Did this be an integer moment? It do be an integer moment. F's in the chat, boys. Alright, well, you know, we're cooking now at least. Interesting. I don't have the window size updating properly. That's alright, who cares? I would consider that a feature, you know? I deal with odd few games. I don't know. Draw it. Be Sprite. So now that we got the background rendering and we're kind of chill, I think we need to make Sugon a little bit more tucked away up in the corner. Keep him there, all right? We have to keep him in. It's a requirement for release. But you know, we can make him a little bit cozier. Where is he gonna go? I wonder. I don't even know what these units are, dude. Well, I guess they're pixels, right? Pretty cool. Perfect. Look at that. Even the text is pixelated. Like, perfect. Everything is perfect right here. This is 1-for-1 pixels. If we resize in full screen, you know, I mean, we're gonna stretch a little bit because but we can fix that later. I need to get the full screen button working. It's probably a good idea. Prob's a good idea. Let's see. I think we can go key pressed. Dot F11 sap dot full screen. Alright, what's the full screen command? Toggle full screen. Yeah, look at that, dude. Bro, we're gaming. We are gaming. 2 hours in. Straight gaming. Alright. What next? Tile stuff? I think that's a good idea. So, we gotta kind of measure or estimate how many tiles we actually want, like playable tiles. You know, we can figure it out later. We'll figure it out. So, in the game state, we're gonna have a, you know, classical tiles array of tiles W times tiles height. That'll work. Make a cheeky little tile struct. This is exactly what we did the other day with game 8. So, you know, we can more or less copy this stuff over. So, I'm not going to worry about footprint because, you know, we're not working with much data. So we can get away with tile kind. Enum. You can get away with just typing stuff and not caring. So we'll say empty. In Odin, does the first one be 0 or is 0 always reserved for nil? I don't know. I guess we can find out. Empty. What else we got? Dirt. Tilde. Yeah, epic time. So then we can just put all the tile data in here. So like, I'm guessing we'll just do growth. You know, we'll put all the data in here and not make it an entity. Just cause why not? We'll say tiles are tiles and entities are entities, and that's all right. Yeah. So for now, I think we'll just leave it at that. Leave it at that. Tiles W. I don't know. What's a good guess here? 480 divided by 16. So we got 30. I think we could, you know, go 27. My favorite number. Tiles height. What is 27 times it by 16 by 9? 9 by 16. 15. Alright. So, the next thing I want to do is get the tile data rendering. So we actually have the data. Now we just got to get the tiles showing up on screen. Because all of these guys are going to be pretty much filled in with dirt straight away, I think. Should be fun. In fact, we could even make the entire world be like a bunch of tiles. Instead of, you know, having a border and stuff. I don't know. Maybe we'll cross that bridge when it comes. First thing I want to do is make tile. So let's do the tile rendering. Actually, I definitely want to commit stuff. I haven't committed anything so far. We're just working raw right here. So I'm going to make a new repo and I'm going to push this shit up. So we can have some checkpoints. And things be chill. Yeah. Do 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 do. Repository name, game 9. Epic time. Alright. So how does one be a git chad? You know what? I'm gonna outsource this to ChatGPT. How about that? I have a folder with stuff in it. I have an empty repo at help me init it. Git init, git add, git commit, remote add. Okay. Fine by me. Init epic git remote add origin this. Yes. Git push. Do I need to branch it or should it automatically branch? Who knows? That'll do it. Alright. We're getting, boys. We're getting. Yeehaw! We can go to that repo. And we can pin that. Look at that. Sexy. I probably should probably should have ignored these guys, but that's alright, you know. It's kind of a Chad move to just commit up the executable and the build, you know. It's just how I like to do things. G'day, Programmer Jeff. I'm doing alright, brother. I'm doing alright. Why'd you stop using Vim bindings? The short of it is you can get 80% of the benefit of the Vim bindings. In my humble opinion, from just creating auto hotkey scripts for the HJKL and like, you know, the end and the like the start of the home and the end, and that just does the trick for me. You know, everything else, like, yes, it's useful, but I feel like that's the 80% that I really care about, not moving my hand off the home row to move around. So, you know, I just use an auto hotkey script to rebind that. Like, I hold down Alt and then go HJKL to move around. Focus does not have a modal mode, no. It's purposefully really simple and will never have modal editing from what I've seen in the discussion. what happens at game 8, we're gonna circle back around after this 2-weeker game is done. Because I was just working on game 8 because I couldn't really think of what to do next, so I just wanted to work on a big project. But then this idea came up. I'm like, alright, yeah, we're gonna fucking do it. What's your keyboard layout? Page up and down, home and for notification. Yeah, I don't use page up and down. I just use home and end. So I guess here, you know, mine's Alt U and Alt O for home and end. You know, we got the classic HJKL for the movements. And that's all I really do. I guess I've got Alt W and Alt E to scroll up and down, but that's going through focus, not like that isn't a global rebind thing. Yeah. What's the long-term goal, Randy? To live. That's pretty much it. Pretty much it. What is the entity handle type? It's just an integer right now, I think. Yeah, type def of U64. Pretty sure. Yeah. Now, I think what I'm actually going to do is not do that. So we'll go ID, U64, and then index, U32. Could really be U16, I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'm going to do that now instead, because then we don't have to do this. And we can go handle dot index if en dot id dot id, I'm gonna have to rename that, is equal to handle dot id return entity. So that'll get rid of that, and it'll be way faster because we are assuming we're always just gonna have the index and it's gonna be chill.
My name is Jeff.
Jesus Christ, that scared me. What the fuck? Thanks for the prime sub. What? I completely forgot I had that in. Where is that? I think it's going through Costa Labs. Dude, I don't even know. Well, I guess it's a good notification. Don't be sorry, dude. It's good because it lets me check chat and thank you properly. Otherwise, you know, we could have gone an hour without even seeing that. Thanks for the prime, my man. Appreciate it. What was I in the middle doing? Right, fixing this. Right after a piss break. Right. What debugger you use for Odin? Remedy BG. Maybe Rad will work well with Odin. I'm not sure. I haven't tested it out. But Remedy does the trick for what I've seen so far. You could also just use Visual Studio. That works as well. I use Visual Studio whenever I need to do like hardcore memory stuff. Like trying to track down memory bugs. I want to like go dumpster diving and do like memory breakpoints and stuff, but I very rarely need to do that. Upcoming Odin Game Jam. Really? Was it like a 48-hour one? That seems cool. Make a game within 48 hours and an engine is hard enough. Yeah. Definitely doable. Like I've only been going for an hour and you know, we're cranking, dude. Probably an hour of productive work so far. 1 hour and a half of reading chat. What next? What was I doing? Well, we gotta fix the compiler errors. So entity handle dot. I'm going to actually change this to be a U64, and we'll call this latest entity ID. Now, should I rename this to be handle and store an entity handle inside the entity? It'll also store the ID. May as well, I would say. May as well. Why not? Sometimes you just need to do it. So we can do that. Entity to handle. Okay, so this is going to become a bit more complicated now because we'll have to make we'll have to find the actually no, we can just return this entity.handle. Okay, now in the entity create, this is where we need to actually construct the handle. So handle.id is equal to that, and then the .index is equal to index is there something in Odin like the it index? Like how do I get the index of the array right now? Index I think that works. Spare entity of type entity pointer has no field index. Right? Handle of type int to u32. Right. I would probably call this an int then. Just so we can have the -1. Okay. So, that's the updated version of handles. So now we're storing the index so we can easily dereference them by just taking that and doing this. Because the game state, we're always going to have a fixed entity struct, and it's always going to stay in the same spot. So, because we have that constraint, things get easier. Pick the constraints, and programming from scratch is a million times better. And more fun and enjoyable. Don't choose constraints you don't need. Okay. What next? Well, I guess it's probably a good idea to kind of commit as we go. Also to have a git ignore. That would be great. So I'm going to open up the old GitHub desktop because it's gangster. Boop. Boop. Alright. Ignore you. Ignore you. And now I need to do a, what is it, git rm -- cached source pdb cached. Yeah, cool. So I think if I build, we should be fine still. Yeah. Alright, so we're deleting those from the repo. And then this is beta entity handle. There we go. Bonk. Beautiful. Beautiful. Have you tried LazyGit? No. Seems cool. But my current workflow is fine, so I'm not looking to expand. December 27th? No, I won't be able to do it then, because I will be right at the tail end of finishing this game. Alright, what next? Tile rendering, that would be great. So let's crank on that real quick. So right after the background draw, before the entities, we want to do the tiles. Yeah. So we're going to loop over all the tiles in the game state. In fact, instead of doing it that way, we're gonna do it the old for loop way, eh? Tiles W less than. What is the syntax for this again? Can never fucking remember this shit. Bro, where's the Odin demo at? There we go. Where the for loops at? I mean, I guess I'm trying to think of a Jai way of doing things, but that's a bit silly. Or for thing in this. Alright, that makes sense. X in that. There we go. Y in this. So that'll let us loop over all of the game state tiles by doing y times tiles h plus x tile. Boop. So that'll give us all the tiles we need. But we're rendering, so we don't actually need to edit it. We just want to basically say if tile kind equal dot dot, I guess. Then we're gonna render some dirt, eh? Draw sprite. We need a position. So we want to do a good old tile tile pause to world. Now I think we can get away with having the tile pause be like 1-to-1 with the array, I think. It makes sense to me. Maybe. Because we got a very small fixed world, so I think we can get away with that. So let's crank on that real quick. Find where the tile is. We'll just chuck it right here. Tile pause to world. And we want to take in a tile pause, which I'm thinking we make a v2i. Vector 2i or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so that means that the world pause is equal to tile pause dot x. Okay. I guess we'll just go tile length 16. So the pause dot x times it by length divided by 2.0. And I think that's what we need. Perhaps. I guess we'll find out. So we'll draw sprite add pause dot. What did I call this little guy? Where are you, Mr. A sprite? Dirt underscore tile. Return a vector 2, and then we will do the same thing for the y. And I mean, it should do the trick. I don't know. We'll see. So what I want to do next is, I guess, we probably want to pull Rand in. Good old Rand. Maybe. Or we just go do this. To give us a checkerboard, and we'll go like this. Tile.kind equal dirt. There we go. No idea what the fuck is happening here. Oh, okay, yeah. I see. That makes sense. Okay. So we kind of have to assert the fact that this is 16 by 16. And it's equal to the tile width. We're kind of just assuming it right now. I guess that's kind of chill. We could also just draw an AABB. Add pause and then do tile length. Tile length. Just to make sure. What is the image ID? Equal. Okay. So now it's something wrong with the tile pause to world function. So we gotta fix that up. Tile pause to world. I think I know what I did wrong already. Because we divide this by 2. We don't actually want to do that. We want to take away the tiles W times 0.5, I think. There we go. Yeah. Maybe. Let's try to translate into the world position. So tile 0, 0. Like, to me, that should work, I think. 0, 0 times that, take away tiles width. Oh, okay, tiles width times it by tile in length. There we go. Alright, we got tiles. Epic. So, that hurts my fucking eyeballs. I think we'll go... 25 by 14. Oh. Interesting. Why does that happen? I wonder. That is strange. Maybe something to do with this, because it's not a float. I don't know. What? X% 2 equals 0, Y percent 2 plus. Right, it should be tiles width times X, my bad. Y times tiles width plus X. I always fuck that up. There we go. Alright. That seems alright to me, I think. I think that's pretty chill. You know, we just expand out the bottom a little bit. And we should be fine. Do 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 do. Oh motherfucker, that was on the wrong layer. God, I hate it when I do that. Bonk. Yeah, good enough. Alright, up next, what are we doing? What is being done now that we have tile rendering down pat? Well, I guess I'll commit that. Commit time, where are you? Mr. Git commit. Bonk. Schmeep schmoop. Tile rendering. What next? Well, I think if we just make all of them dirt and then try and get that looking good, that would probably be a W in my books. That would probably be a W. I think I also want to start working on making this into a tilde tile. Which will be different. Guess we can just yoink Stardew yet again. Bonk. Call it a day. Yeah. We'll make it look pretty later. Just gotta get it working first. So that's a tilde tile. I'm kind of just like taking it one step at a time. I like see something I need to do. I'm like, yeah, let me just do that real quick. I feel like if you repeat that enough for a good few days, good few hours, couple weeks, you know, maybe there'll be a game by the end of it. Alright, I need to figure out where the images are. Images, here we are. So I guess I'll just call this sprite. Tilde tile. So the next thing I want to do is gonna put this here. Yes. Okay. I want to do the inverse of this, the world pause to tile. Which, you know, we just gotta do some fucking algebra. Bro. Algebra. I don't even know, dude. I ain't cut out for this shit. Figure that out later. I wonder if I should, like, if I could actually formulate this properly in my mind. So I kind of need to practice my algebra skills. So we got TP and we got length, takeaway, W times length times 0.5. So, if that is equal to the world pause, how do we solve this to get this from this? Well, cue the algebra montage. Cue the algebra music. Know what I'm saying? Gotta give me some of that. Fuck that's that. Nah, I ain't about to get copyrighted. I can do this, alright? I believe in myself. I was paying attention in 5th grade, alright? Definitely. Fuck. Well, dude, I haven't done this in so long. Do we start by, like, trying to get rid of this? Or do I start... Yeah, I don't know. I guess if I, like... guess if I think about this differently, it might help me out. What do we got? So I think if I WP times it by 2 to get rid of that. Now, I don't know if I'm doing my order of operations here right, but maybe you guys in chat can correct me. Because I'm kind of bad when it comes to this. So yeah, now we just got that. TP times L, take away W times L. So, what are we doing now? I have a hunch that I should do the takeaway first instead of the divide. I want to get to the bottom of this. Because usually when you're you know, doing an equation, right? You got to do the little bid mass, right? Brackets, indices, divide, multiply, add, subtract. But then when we're working backwards, don't we kind of have to go the other direction? Yes or no, boys? If we are trying to reverse this, do I have to start back to front? I have a hunch that I do, and I think that's where I'm fucking up right here. What are we thinking, boys? Depends on what's easier. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just gonna do shit and hopefully it works. How about that? That sounds good to me. I'll try something. Okay, so we're trying to get this guy. So I guess we just add this. So this is where I usually fuck up, right? Is this in brackets now and then we add the W times L? I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because it's an add. Or is it the other way around? WP plus W times L in brackets times 2. Alright. Is it solution 1, boys, or solution 2? Like everyone's gonna give a different answer. 1? 3? Alright, 3. That works. Alright, fuck you. Alright. So now, times it by L, do we divide this whole thing by L? And is that our equation? Is that it, boys? I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, God. Is this correct? Yes or no? What are we thinking? Yay or nay? I guess we can test. I kind of want to simplify this a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. Where am I going? Where am I going? Do 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 do. Okay. Pasta Master, you did something. Right, that's what I did, I think. Cool. Guess we'll find out. Equal. So we got worldpause.x times it by 2 plus W? Dude, what the fuck was W? Tiles W, I would say. Yep. Times it by tile length. And then that divided by tile length. Perhaps. Only time will tell. We shall see. Okay. Gotta make sure we got the right kind of people. Yeah. I would assume we're kind of just like maybe we just floor this. I don't know. If we just cast one in. Maybe. Time will tell. That it will. So, world pos 2 tile. I think what I want to do now is get the mouse position in world space. That's what I'm after. Mouse pause in world space. So, where do the mouse paws be at? Mouse position. Nope, that's not a thing. Circle app. Where the fuck is the mouse paws? Is there a way I can just query the mouse pause? We could look in the event to find the mouse X. Maybe. I guess that's a move. So in the input stage, we can go mouse X, mouse Y. As integers, I guess. And then in the state, what are we after? Alright, we got the mouse move event. So that'll give us our mouse pause. Cool. What actually is the mouse X? It's an F32. Okay. I'll take it. Event.mouseX. Alright, that should give us the mouse pause, I think. So if we look at the app state dot input dot mouse X, that should give us what we're after. Okay. So let's see. So that'll give us the mouse pause in screen space. I think. So I want to get it in world space because what I want to do is in the render basically say if mouse pause in world space world pause to tile mouse tile if mouse tile equal to that. I don't know if that's actual syntax. I guess it is. So I'll change the color so we can debug tile selection. Okay, we don't have color red. Go to the utils and copy from game 8. Yoink. I mean, it would have been faster for me to type that out. Okay. So, world pause to tile. Mouse pause in world space. Alright, let's figure this out. So, 0, 0 is up in the top left. Okay. So, I think... How are we gonna do this? I think if we can get this into NDC, we can work our way backwards into world space using the matrices that we've got. So I actually think I did this a while ago in game 1. Where is that? What was the main file called? Entry Randy game. God fucking damn it. Okay. Mouse pause in NDC. Alright. So this puts it into NDC. I don't know why I need the projection there. I guess I don't. I don't even use it. Okay. So that'll give us NDC. Probably don't need to put this into a proc. Now that I think about it. Okay. So that gives us NDC. I guess. Let's test it. -1, +1, -1, -1, 1, -1. Yeah, the Y's flipped. Though. But maybe that's legit. I don't know. We'll find that out later, I guess. So, from here, all I have to do to get back in is just times it by the Jesus, the world and the view. Yeah. I just basically have to do that, I think. I think that's an example of multiplying a vec4. Yeah. I think we can just times equal M4, like inverse of the draw frame projection. How do I inverse WinAlg? Matrix 4x4 inverse. Matrix 4 inverse. How the fuck? What do you mean, dude? Alright. That's not the real error. The error is down here. God fucking damn it. Oh, I suck my dick. Odin errors are kind of sus sometimes. NGL. Has no field proj. So, where is the old? It's called projection. Okay. There we go. Less ambiguous. Okay. It's not an ambiguous thing, it was just, it didn't have this fucking variable right. Okay. So, times it by the inverse of the projection, and then times that by just the view, I think. And maybe that'll give us the pos that we're after. I have no idea. Camera, Xform. Let's see. Not quite. Oh, we're logging the wrong thing. Mouse world. Alright. this is 0, 0, cool. That's not right there. Negative 70? No-uh. No-uh, dude. So I think I might have to inverse this as well. Not entirely sure. Just gonna fuck around. This feels better to me. But not perfect. Well, I guess we're testing both of these at the same time, which is kind of sus. So I just have to not think about the highlight right now. 0, 0. Negative 8. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah, so the mouse to world pos thing works fine, I think. Mouse pos in world space. Like, those are the correct units. We just have to invert the Y. So, how do I do that? So I could times this by -1. And now I have to fix the world pos to tile, because that's not working, I think. Oh, getting there. Was wrong before? Yep, cool. Now we know. Beautiful. Why use a 4D matrix when you're doing 2D? Because I feel like it. That's why. Do 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 do. Have you tried SDL3? It's got a similar style graphics API. No, I haven't used SDL3. But from what I've heard, Circle is better. According to one of my friends who has used both. Alright. Back to it. So we gotta fix this guy. Cause my algebra ain't it. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let me do this how I would normally do this. And that's just like fucking off the top of my head, trying to guess. So, we're trying to get the world pos back to the tile pos. Alright, so yeah, this is too fucking complicated. There's too many variables. So this is wrong. This is wrong? I guess so. I guess so. World pos times 2 plus this divided by this. Okay. Where did I fuck up? I have a hunch. Let's try this again. Come on, buddy. Out you come. Over here. Take 2. Alright. I will get this right. Or it will be the death of me. Alright. So, I'm gonna try a different way. I'm gonna try this. Plus W times L. Because, like, surely if I add this, I can just yoink the whole thing. Is that a legal move? That might be illegal. But that's alright. I'm gonna try it anyway. and then divided by that. Maybe. Problem is, I don't know. I don't know basic algebra. That's the fucking problem. I can't actually remember how to do this. Wait. There's a divide 2 in here that I forgot to. My bad. This divided by 2. Okay. So, if I just do one of these, just like take this entire thing over, is that a legal move? I don't know. I'm unsure. So now if I divide this by L to get rid of that, then how, like, I don't think it's just that. Or maybe it is. I guess you could do that. I don't know, are those different? No clue. I need to fucking hop on Khan Academy, dude. That's what I need to do. Alright, I'm gonna try this again. One more time. One time for the one. WP world pause dot x divided by tile length. Okay, that's that. Plus the W times L tiles W times tile length divided by 2. Alright, that probably kinda makes sense, maybe? I don't know. And then divide that by tile length. Look at that. Flawless algebra moment right there, boys. That's what I call a W. You know, I just kind of lucked into that, so I don't even know what the fuck I did. I don't know, man. But I'm taking that. That's a W in my books. Look at that, tile selection. Actually working. Very huge. Some would say tremendous. Me likey. All right. Alrighty. Lewis, my man. What's going on? Game plan? 2 weeks. Tiny game, start to finish. Clone of... Not really clone, but inspired by this. You know, cheeky little 6K. Just make a tiny game, sell it for $2. That's the play. Basically just Stardew Valley, but like really, really stripped down. Like just planting and selling crops, that's the entire game. So, we're getting there. It's been what, 3 hours and 30 minutes of streaming so far. Half an hour or a good hour of that has just been talking to chat, but making progress. I feel like if someone else were doing this in Unity right now, we would be like neck and neck. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they might be further along. Alright. What next? I think I want to do like tile tilling, so like click and till shit. That'd be pretty cool. Making this look good would probably be cool as well. There's many things we could do. But only one path forward. I think like tile tilling and like coming up with the inventory, just prototype out the game first, and then I can focus on making shit look better. I think that's the play. Yeah. So just like pure functionality, and then we'll make it more game ready for Steam. That's the play. Better hit the gym, do some game dev. Yeah, bro. Fucking get a pump on, and then pump out some code. Yeah. I like it. Yeah, different game to the multiplayer one, because I was really just doing that because I didn't really have any other ideas to pursue. I wanted to kind of work on something meaty. Because like working on something like massive, like a massive dream game is better than not working on anything, right? So I kind of always fall back onto something big because it's easy, right? Like it's easy to get really excited about a game idea when you're like, yeah, this is gonna be like Factorio, dude. Like it's easy to get excited about that for me, I think. Randy, if you were to use a game engine such as Unity, Unreal, or Godot, what would you use? Depends on what you want to make. Right? So, if you want to do 3D horror, Unreal for sure. Maybe. Okay, personally, I would use Unreal for everything 3D. Just because I have experience with it, right? You know, maybe Godot's better. I don't know. From my limited experience, I didn't really like Godot that much compared to Unreal. But like, bro, don't take anything that I'm saying and use that as actual information to act on something. I don't fucking know. But like, if I personally had to make a 3D game, I would be using Unreal. Yeah, just because I've got the most experience in it. And because I could bug Crimson 24/7 for advice. You're gonna do all the assets, music, and drawing yourself? Yep. Everything. Everything. I'm going to be showing you all the steps that I'm gonna do. The small spicy renderer you shared when you load images using image ID, why not use a list of strings? Well, because when you are programming the game and you want to say, hey, use this image, you will have compile time errors instead of runtime errors. Because if you were to use strings, then you'll have runtime errors. And runtime errors suck dick. Like, you want to get away from them as much as possible, right? I think that's why I didn't like Godot, because, like, it was just all runtime errors. And it kind of made me cry. And it was sad. So, yeah. Yeah, where possible, making things compile time errors is great. Because, like, now if I accidentally fuck something up and I misspell, or I change the underlying resource name, where would be an example? Draw sprite. So if I fuck something up and I misspell this, like, it'll jump to error and won't compile until you fix it. It's really cool. Same goes for if I change the underlying name of things. So if I change this, so I rename, now everything else will still, you know, yell at me, right? So now ideally you even generate this enum from these guys and do code gen, but I can't be fucked. Because then you'll really have no errors at runtime. But, you know, right now this is going to be a runtime error if I get the spelling wrong, right? Not found. So, you know, ideally the end game is also code genning this enum. And it's pretty straightforward to do that as well. You just got to add a code gen step into your build. Yeah. Kind of overkill there. I'm fine with a little bit of runtime errors. Alright. What next? Planting stuff, I think. Tilling the ground. That's really where it's at. Right after this very short pee break. I kinda need to grab some food as well. Like, it's fucking 2 p.m. I'm hungry. I'm a bit hungers. I'll figure it out. Protein shake time, boys. Hungry? Cooking food? Mm-mm. Liquid food. Yeah. Tremendous. I just realized it doesn't show me streaming on Discord. How can I fix that? Probably have to like connect my Twitch account. I don't know. How does one fix this, boys? I want a purple little icon that says streaming. Or you have to enable streamer mode. That makes sense. That makes sense. I fuck with that. All right. Back to the grind. 3 hours later and Funky Town is still in head. It's a never-ending thing. Really is. We gotta like play it in pieces so we don't get copyrighted. It's coming up. It's coming up. Yeah, that's all I wanted. You in Thailand right now? Yup. The country that is the best country in the world. I am here. Alright, protein shake, and then we're gonna crank. I think we'll do the click tilling, and then from there we will do... May as well make a little to-do, eh? Why the fuck is my to-do not in here? Okay. To-do.txt. Up next. Tilling behavior. Make a horror item. Hotbar equipment thinger. Seeds to place. Buy, sell from shop. I think we could probably separate these out instead of doing them in the same UI. Buy from shop, sell in bulk bin. So we just put a bunch of items in the bin and it'll sell it for gold. And we need a watering can. Growth behavior. Harvesting crops. Harvesting grown crops, or just guess harvesting in general. And then that'll pretty much be the game. From there, it's just content. More or less, I think, right? Add epic music. I think to get the music up and running, pro tip, by the way, boys, if you want to get music in your game, and you want it to actually sound good, but you don't want to make it, go to Epidemic Sound and grab a subscription, and you can use all that royalty free. Pretty good. So I've actually already got some music, I think, lying around somewhere. I'll show you. Because it's like actually good music as well, not like trash kind of fucking royalty free indie stuff. Some fucking chip tune. Ugh. Chip tune, dude. Get out of here. Where would you be? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Fmod as well, yeah. Yeah. So we'll be hooking up Fmod for all the sound. I can't remember where the music is. YouTube just stopped playing. Thank you, YouTube. Where is the music? Music for game dev. Here we go. Got a nice folder. So, this is going to be a fat theme right here. Hold on, let me pause this guy. Have a listen to this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, boys? So you can get this by paying $5 a month on a subscription. Just download whatever you want. Even when the subscription expires, you still have rights to use it. Pretty good. Epidemic Sound. Check it out. Oh, look at this. Just be the perfect vibe. That's probably too loud. Sorry. Blasting your eardrums. This is going to be the perfect vibe. Looking forward to it. And then, yeah, so just use this to get the music in and then iterate on it and like make my own tracks if I feel like it. Should be fun. You can also get the stems from Epidemic Sound, so we can fuck around with it. Yeah, nice. So we got that. What else we got? What's this? Yeah, this is good as well. I'm in the early stages of making a C++ game without an engine. Would you recommend STL or Raylib? I think Raylib. I haven't used either, but depending on like, I think STL is more low level than Raylib, right? I think Raylib has, like, it's easier for beginners. Can someone else confirm that for me? So I think it's slightly higher level, like it gives you, you know, more high level API things to use. So yeah, that would work as well. We'll get some music in. Sound effects, I'll cover that as well at some point. I'm not closing the stream, I was just showing music. I'm Drinking protein shake right now. Thank you, Crossdale. Crossdale from the UK. Alright, I'm not gonna starve to death now. Let's get back. Do 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 do. Cousin, what up, homie? SDL more complicated from what I can tell. Maybe first start with Raylib. Yeah. Yeah. No idea what level of abstraction this looks like. Like maybe it's operating at a similar layer to Circle. Yeah. If you were to use SCL, just don't use it. Use Circle instead, because it's probably the same thing. And Circle's better. But yeah, Raylib for sure. Start off with that. That would be a good starting point, I think. Where to learn Odin? Go to Carl. I can't remember his last name. Just search Carl Odin book. Carl with a K. And you'll be able to find it. Carl Odin book. Yeah. So if you go here. No. Here. There should be odinbook.com. Yep, here we go. So if you go to odinbook.com, there you go. In the chat, boys. You can read a sample over here. So that'll get you started. Now, I'd recommend doing an arcade game with this. So like basically just Google arcade games. Maybe like find a list and just like pick one that resonates, I guess. Pac-Man, fucking Asteroids, Pong. And just, you know, maybe just make Pong. And like try that out using Raylib or something. If I had to start again from scratch, that's what I would do. And then after you're kind of a little bit comfy with that, do exactly what I'm doing for the next 14 days, which is taking a small, like a really tiny game and trying to make it into a Steam game. That would be like the next step, I think. Or maybe game jams even, like a 3-day game jam where you're trying to come up with your own design. I don't know. There's like a million things you could do. You could even just go to, you know, skip to working on a massive project and like not finishing anything. As long as you're having fun, I think that's the only thing that matters. Because, you know, eventually if you keep cranking, then things will happen. Things will happen. The whiteboard is Leonardo. It's an app. Yes. Space Invaders, yeah, good idea. Space Invaders and Raylib. Sounds good. Okay, let's get back to it. So, tilling behavior is up next. Time to crank. Alrighty. Yeah, so we just click and it'll change the tile. Like it's really that simple. Really that simple. Should probably do a get tile at pause. God fucking damn it. That's gonna be stuck in my head forever. Till the day I die, I think. Alright. So, that'll give me a tile at pause. Now what I can do, I guess, anywhere I really want, is till ground, I guess. We'll go, where did I have that? This mouse tile. Compile, because that is the same as that. I guess this will just make a new one. Who knows? Okay, mouse tile. If key pressed, just pressed, dot left mouse. Out of range. Alright, that's a rip. We'll have to, I think, get tile at pause. I think we can solve that by kind of just having a nil tile. So we'll say if tilepause.x. Alright, we'll just say if this index. If index is less than 0 or index greater than tiles w times tiles height greater than or equal to, I think, then we're out of bounds. So what that means is I think we'll just return a nil tile. Instead of nil, we'll turn a nil tile. So what that looks like is we just do this. Boop. Tile, done. So that'll fix the crash, but we can still just, by default, still do shit, right? Without it crashing, because it's using the nil tile. Now, we probably want to do some kind of check, saying like, yo, if there actually is a mouse tile, do our thing. Because like we fixed the crash, but now it's like a silent bug that could happen, right? Like you could imagine accidentally planting something outside. So maybe we do actually want the crash. So instead of returning a nil tile, we return actual nil. Not entirely sure, because now this will just go boop, right? I don't really know what's better. Is the crash better? Okay, so this is a thing I was thinking about the other day. On release, it's better for it to silently fail, right? But in debug mode, it's better for it to crash. That's what I'm thinking. Because like, it'll be better for it to silently fail, and then you know, like, maybe you get lucky, and the bug doesn't do anything, and it's better for the user as a whole. And then log like a really fat error saying like, hey, this is fucked up, dude. What are you doing, man? I'm not entirely sure what the correct move here is. The kind of like perfectionism programmer in me says like there should never be any crashes, therefore we always want it to crash when something fucks up. But in reality, like actually throwing this at users like this, there's always gonna be crashes and shit. And like reducing that somehow by using the concept of nil, I think is not nil. Odin's kind of confusing, I guess, when I'm talking about nil. But when I talk about a nil thing, it literally means like a something that's just empty. So I guess empty is probably a better word than nil, since that's kind of overloaded now. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need more experience to decide on that. Not entirely sure. More will be revealed. So, tilled. I think like this should be tilling. Okay. Interesting. If mouse tile end. Okay. Not equal to nil. That's kind of weird that we're not actually having a mouse tile. Yeah, like what? Oh, because right here is where we do the draw frame stuff. Alright, fuck me in the ass. Because for this function, we need a valid projection and camera and stuff. So I guess we can move this underneath here. Yeah, I guess that'll work. And then make this error be a bit less not shit in future, I guess. If draw frame dot projection equal to that, okay, let's see if that solves that issue anymore. Can we move this up? Yep, no projection matrix set. Cool. Now, why is that being logged? Like what? What's happening? Hello? Oh, it's right here. My bad. Okay, we have tile tilling behavior. This is epic. Look at that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that tilling, dude. That's where it's at. Feels kind of weird, like the player movement. So maybe we have to limit the radius. I think that's probably a good idea. Yeah, like I only limit it within a certain radius, perhaps. Because otherwise movement, there's like no reason to have a player. Do 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 do. Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do is put selected in the tile. I'm just gonna make it a bool. I can't be fucked. So that way we can use that to highlight instead. So we can put more constraints on it. guess we've already got the mouse tile up above, so live, laugh, love. If mouse tile dot selected. Right, this is like a frame thing. Yeah. Wait, yeah, no, that's my bad. If mouse tile pause is equal to this one and this tile, there we go. Much better. Although, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to tile kinda scuffed, but I'll have to put this into a frame state. Because this needs to get reset every frame. But we are Ooga Booga Caveman that just want to program. So that's alright. So I'm going to do the old frame reset thing. For the tiles. Alright. So now what I can do with that is limit the radius. So we can basically say if mouse tile pause I guess we gotta get the player pause. If mouse tile pause, take away player pause. If the length is less than whatever, some kind of radius, then we're chilling. I actually want the mouse pause in world space. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So now we have a radius. Pretty scuffed though. Since it's technically going off of this point here. It's really inconsistent. Like what? Probably want to fix that up somehow, but I don't really know how. Figure it out later. Figure it out later. Okay, so I guess in the tile rendering, wherever that is, Um. Cool. So now we have tile rendering working. The default is just a white kind of blank texture. So that means we gotta make the, what is it, tilled tile. There we go, look at that. Tile tilling, boys. Yeehaw. You likey. It's almost Stardew Valley. Piece by piece. Alright. What's next? I guess we can put that off the list. Done. Done skis. Make a hoe item. Could do that. Could also do a click to hold. That would be way better than a single clicky click. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it might be better to just do single clicks because you can give a lot of feedback that way. Maybe, I don't know. Click to hold would be fine. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Alright. Next. Item stuff. It would also be a good idea to get a main menu in sooner than later, I think. Let's see. Sound effects would also be nice. Yeah, some kind of items, like getting started on that, I think would be pretty good. Yeah, we can have the inventory and the hotbar kind of like one and the same. We basically just have like a massive list up the top here that you scroll through. I think that'll be easy. Yeah. This game would be really easy to make a demo for as well, because we would just lock some of the mid to late game content in the shop. Just show like a demo banner over it and it's locked. That would be really easy. You could also probably do a mobile port of this game relatively easily, I think. Like if you throw it on web. I actually don't really know if mobile on web would be a good idea. Who knows? Like, can you even full screen? Okay, let's get started on the next thing. I'm gonna commit all this up, say tile tilling behavior. Mouse pause in world space. Cool. Alright. I want to speedrun like at least the data structure for this, and then I might call it, because I feel my brain starting to turn into mush. Okay, where would we do that? I guess we just go down the game state and let's figure out some more data. Figure out some more data to add to the game. Item. Should items and entities be one? Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Not entirely sure. What benefit would having items as entities be? I don't know. But I know in the past I've grappled with this problem extensively across like 3 different prototypes and games. And I always converge on items and entities being the same, whatever reason. But I don't know if that's gonna be the case for this game. Yeah, not sure. No, you always kind of just want the item to be a separate structure, I think. What did I do for game 1? So I think that's the last time I tried tackling it. Item Pinewood, Sprite, Archetype. These were items. Okay, so I put them into the entity archetype. Okay. But I think I don't even construct these. I just use this. Yeah, item instance data. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense to me. Because I never actually make any of these, I don't think. Maybe that's wrong. Set up. R2 shard. Oh yeah, I do. But it's only for giving them the data. Ah, okay, I remember now. I remember. Yeah. So I do want to put everything through the entity because even if I'm not using them, I use them for cold, kind of like data storage. Just because it makes a lot of the gameplay code a lot easier. I'm not duplicating data everywhere. Yeah, I think that is it. Okay. It's like this never really gets cold anywhere, I don't think. Um, well, actually, this could be an item floating around. Yeah, it could 100% be an entity because it has to drop into an entity. But when it's in the inventory, I don't think it's an inventory. I don't think it's an item when it's in the inventory. I think just the item instance data gets stored. Item instance data. Yeah, like that's the inventory items there. So in its purest form, that's what it is. But it can be maybe inside an entity. What do we got? Ingredients. Okay. Where's the entity struct? Yeah, item. And we got drops. Yep. Alright, that makes sense to me. This is actually a good code base. Like, I put a good 2 months of work into this. We're at almost 7,000 lines of code. Just wasn't a good game design. Or I think it could be a good game design if I keep working on it. Yeah. Just think because it's in C, it's a little sus. It gets kind of hard. I don't know. That's also just kind of an excuse. Because like you just gotta type it out at the end of the day. I don't know. Anyway, item instance data. That's what I called it. And then everything else is just a entity kind. So if we want to add in a new kind of entity or item, we would just say ho. Nice. In terms of the actual instance data, so we'll go amount. That's all we really need for now. Well, we need the archetype, so, or the kind. Entity kind. Kind and amount, that's all we need for now. We can add on more and more metadata in here. It's kind of the purpose of this, but that does the trick. Alright. Oh, my eyes. I feel like I'm not blinking enough. Feeling a bit rough. Entities in world objects. Yeah, like the actual entity. It doesn't have to be in world. It can be whatever you want it to be, right? Yeah. It's just data somewhere, right? No real hard rules. Okay. So I think yeah, my brain is fried. I I can't think properly anymore. You have a break. Push through. Right, we want some kind of like inventory data. Now, we don't have to put that on the entity. We can just put that in the game state because it's single player. So, inventory. And we'll make the max the can make the max like the entity kind and use that to index in, maybe. But then we would only have a single, like you'd never be able to have two different rows in your inventory that are like split up, which I guess is fine, because you don't really want that anyway, to simplify things. Yeah. So yeah, we can use the entity max here. How do I get the size of an enum in good old Odin? How do I get the size, like the max of this enum? I guess I could just type max in here. That'll work. Good enough. I'm sure there's an inbuilt thing for it. Yep, so that's the inventory. YouTube has stopped playing. Very sad. Do 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 do. Yeah. So now we got the inventory. We kind of want to render what's in the inventory. We could also go gs.inventory at har. I think there's an inbuilt thing in Odin where you can use a enum as an array. Oh, yeah, that just compiles. Yeah, there it is. That's really cool. I like that. That's a little quality of life thing. A little bit of syntax sugar. You likey. I do like that. I do. Okay, so we can give ourselves a har. We'll say amount equal 1. Now, yeah, we kind of need to initialize the game state. I guess we can do that here. Yeah. Alright, so now I can get rid of the max on that. Cool. And we should have a single hoe in our inventory now, which is cool. So now we just gotta render the inventory. We also want to make it a hotbar basically, so you can like select which one you want. So we'll dip our toes in a little bit of UI programming, I guess. I want to make this click to hold as well. I just think it'll be better. Look at that. Yeah, much better. That feels good. We also don't even really need a player at this point, but yeah, should be right. As well. You could kind of have a god mode farming thing. Yeah. You could also have a really massive world, and for all intents and purposes, make it infinite, like Terraria. Well, I mean, I guess Terraria isn't really considered infinite. It's just a massive world, so like it doesn't really matter in my mind. Because you could easily pack these tiles. I remember seeing a reference for Terraria header data. I can't remember where it was. I think each tile in Terraria is around 16 bytes or something. But it's basically like real, like you literally don't need a chunk system. Like it's actually kind of silly. Just make game. Like even if you packed, you had like 16 bytes for a single tile, right? What is that? 1 billion bytes? One gigabyte is 10 to the 9 bytes. Yeah. So if you go 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, divided by whatever, you know. Depends how many bytes you want, I guess, but if you say 16, I'm pretty sure Terraria was 16. Like that gives you, the fuck is that number? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 62 million tiles. 62 million. What is the square root of that? Squirt hit. So you could have 7,000, like 8K by 8K world size. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of tiles. You know? There's only like 25 on screen right now. 8K divided by 25. You know, let's say 30 for good luck. You have 266 screens. Left and right and up and down. I guess 266 divided by 2. You can move 133 screens in this direction before you run out of space. And that's assuming your tile size is 16 bytes. You could pack that real hard. This is also assuming you're just using a gigabyte of memory. Like you could probably boost that up to like 3 or 4. Depends what you want to do. Yeah, kind of nutty. Maybe some of my math is wrong on that, but who knows. Still an n-squared problem though. Can only be picky for some before memory cries for help. Yeah, but like my point here is that you can do pretty much every interesting game design thing inside that constraint that I can really think of. Like, do you really need more than that to make a game? I don't know. Like, you know, maybe if you're trying to make a massive game, sure. But for all the things I have in mind, it's just completely not a problem for me anymore. Like, when I was starting out, I would always reach straight for the biggest solution to things. Alright, we want an infinite, so we need to make a chunk system. So I would always reach for the chunk system first and make that. But like, do you really need that? Like, just work your way from the bottom up. Like, alright, what's like the thing that I'm actually trying to make, and how do I make that? Because then, you know, you can cut out all this work of making like a chunk system and shit, and just pick better constraints to make things go faster. Alright. What am I doing next? UI stuff, right. How am I gonna do that? So I think solving UI next is probably the play. It's kind of gonna suck ass, but I need to figure out a way of doing it and getting it in a shippable state. So, you know, I may as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make the main menu and stuff as well. So yeah, I can draw a little her right now though. Why not? It feels so bad saying that word. FBI, open up. That is a her. Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah. Inventory wheel would be nice. So I think I'm gonna try, I'm just gonna like scuffed kind of try it, I guess, to start out. We need to do it above the till ground, because we need to consume the inventory, or consume the click. So, top inventory hotbar thinger. So I'm gonna loop over all of the inventory items. Now I need to figure out how I can tell if this is an item. So we might need to start doing the entity. Yeah, may as well. I'm gonna start doing the. This is a concept that I've kind of come across recently. With making a couple of games and just kind of having a need for some kind of static data. I like stuffing it inside the entity, even though it's completely constant. I just find that it simplifies the code base a lot, even though you're further bloating the entity struct. I think it's fine. So let's see. We could put this in a little substruct. And it's probably gonna be fine. So, this is things like, this stuff doesn't get serialized out to disk. It basically gets overloaded and loaded up in at runtime to be whatever you need it to be, like the latest version. So it's pretty easy to update it as well. So yeah, stuff like pretty name. What I actually need it for right now is item. Yep. And that's pretty much all I want right now. So I think I think I'm gonna call it there and continue this next time, because it's probably gonna take like a while. Not a while, but like fucking 20 minutes or so, I think. Yeah, I think I'll tackle that later. So I'm gonna put like a hash to do so I can search for it next time. I can just go hash to do. There we go. To do make draw inventory stuff, also figure out UI. So that'll be for tomorrow, and we're gonna call it there. That was 4 hours and 50 minutes. Nice. Probably 4 hours of real focused work, I guess. Call that a W. I'm not going to commit that up yet, I don't think. Yeah. I'll finish this off later on. Alrighty, lads. That is going to be me done for the day. I'll see you when I see you. Tomorrow. Because, the plan right now is basically just put in a minimum of 4 hours a day on this project. And I think that'll basically give us a Steam game in 2 weeks. That can be shipped. Might need a bit more elbow grease in that. But we'll see how we go. That is what I'm thinking. Alright, I'm gonna head off, boys. I'm gonna take some rest and chill out. And yeah, I don't know. Vibe. We'll see you when I see you. Thanks for tuning in, lads. Peace.